Welcome back to the Echo. Make yourself comfortable, because we have a long journey ahead. For the next few hours, I've collected stories that dig deep into the hidden corners of human nature, from the testing of integrity and the ache of loneliness, to the sharp sting of betrayal and the darkness of true crime. So turn off the lights, put your phone down, and let the world fade away. Matthew Kane, a wealthy and successful businessman, had everything money could buy, from luxury cars to lavish estates. His wealth was limitless, but his trust in people was nearly non-existent. He'd built his empire from scratch, navigating betrayal, shady dealings, and broken promises. Over the years, he developed a hardened heart, seeing everyone as either a threat or an opportunity. But recently, his isolation had begun to weigh on him, leaving him questioning if genuine kindness or honesty still existed in the world around him. One chilly evening, Matthew decided to visit a small, unassuming diner on the outskirts of the city, far from his usual lavish haunts. It was a quaint spot with vinyl booths and a simple charm that reminded him of his early days when money was tight and he was just another young man trying to make it big. The waitress who approached him was young, polite, and wore a warm smile. Her name tag read Lily, and there was a spark of genuine kindness in her eyes. She treated every patron with equal respect and warmth, and her kindness seemed unaffected by Matthew's designer suit and expensive watch. As he ate his meal, a peculiar idea struck him. He was curious to see if the honesty and kindness that Lily showed were genuine, or if she was just putting on an act, hoping for a generous tip. On a whim, he decided to leave his wallet on the table when he went to the restroom, wondering if she would take it. When Matthew returned from the restroom, he noticed his wallet was gone. At first, his heart raced. Had she actually taken it? He scanned the room and saw Lily talking to another customer with the same friendly smile, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Trying to remain inconspicuous, he sat back down and continued observing her interactions, noticing every detail with a growing sense of suspicion. After a few moments, Lily approached him holding his wallet. "Sir, I found this on the table. You must have left it by accident," she said, handing it back to him with a gentle smile. Matthew accepted it with a nod, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. He had hoped for an opportunity to call her out, to confirm his suspicions that everyone had a price. Instead, she had proven herself honest, and his test had failed, at least for now. But just as he was about to leave, a thought crossed his mind. What if this first test hadn't revealed her true character? He decided to return the next day and try again, convinced that under different circumstances, she might reveal her true intentions. The following evening, Matthew returned to the diner, ordering a more elaborate meal and chatting with Lily about her life. She mentioned that she was putting herself through school and working double shifts to help her family. Her father had passed away recently, and her mother was sick, leaving her as the primary breadwinner. Despite her struggles, she spoke with optimism and warmth, never complaining about her situation. Once again, Matthew left his wallet on the table, excusing himself to make a phone call outside. He peered through the diner window, watching as Lily noticed the wallet. She glanced around, seemingly debating what to do, and Matthew felt a flicker of excitement. Maybe under the pressure of her financial burdens, she would finally take it. But Lily simply placed the wallet behind the counter and served her customers as if nothing unusual had happened. When Matthew returned, she handed it to him once more, her expression unreadable but polite. "Sir, you left this again. I figured you wouldn't want to lose it." Matthew thanked her, masking his frustration with a polite smile. How could she be so unwaveringly honest? Was she really this principled, or was it all an act? Determined to find out, Matthew began visiting the diner regularly, testing Lily in various subtle ways. He left cash under his plate, forgot his watch, even slipped a check into the napkin holder. Each time, she returned the items without hesitation, never showing a hint of greed. Despite himself, Matthew was intrigued and couldn't help but admire her integrity. Then, one evening, as he sat in his usual booth, Matthew overheard a conversation between Lily and another waitress. They were talking about Lily's mother, whose health was deteriorating rapidly. Medical bills were piling up, and Lily was struggling to keep up with the expenses. She sounded worried, her voice breaking as she admitted she might have to drop out of school to care for her mother full-time. A wave of guilt washed over Matthew. Here he was, testing this young woman's honesty while she was facing a life-altering crisis. That night, he left a hefty tip along with his usual test, hoping it would help her. But when he checked the receipt, he found that she had returned most of the money, only taking a small amount to cover the cost of his meal. This act of selflessness shattered Matthew's cynical beliefs. Lily had passed every test he'd thrown at her, and she had done so with grace, even as her own world was crumbling. Matthew was stunned, realizing that she was not only honest, but also self-sacrificing. Touched and inspired, Matthew devised a plan to help Lily without damaging her pride. He knew that offering her money directly would likely offend her, so he came up with a different approach. He would pretend to be hiring a personal assistant and offer her the job, disguising his offer as a chance for career advancement. The next evening, he explained his proposition. "Lily, I'm a businessman, and I see great potential in you. I need a reliable personal assistant, someone with integrity and dedication, qualities you clearly have. The pay would be much better than your job here, and you'd have a chance to learn new skills. What do you say?" Lily was hesitant at first, worried that she lacked the qualifications, but Matthew reassured her, emphasizing that her honesty and work ethic were the only qualifications he needed. Eventually, she agreed, grateful for the opportunity but unaware of his true intentions. As weeks passed, Lily settled into her new role as Matthew's assistant, proving to be diligent and dependable. She managed his schedule, organized files, and quickly became an indispensable part of his daily life. For the first time in years, Matthew found himself trusting someone completely. But one day, while organizing his desk, Lily stumbled upon an old photograph hidden among some documents. It was a picture of her father, young and standing beside Matthew. Her heart skipped a beat as memories flooded back. Her father had once been a businessman, but he had left that life behind to pursue a simpler life as a mechanic after a falling out with his business partner. Realizing the connection, Lily confronted Matthew, piecing together the story. Matthew admitted that her father had been his closest friend before they had a disagreement that ultimately led them down separate paths. He explained that her father had been one of the most principled people he'd known, and that Lily's honesty had reminded him of his old friend's unwavering values. "I wasn't sure at first," Matthew confessed, "but when I saw the same integrity in you, I felt compelled to help." Lily was taken aback but also deeply touched. She felt a renewed sense of pride in her father's memory and was grateful to Matthew for the support he had given her, even if it had come through a series of tests. As Lily continued working for Matthew, she noticed changes in him. He became more compassionate and open-hearted, no longer the cynical millionaire she'd first met. Inspired by her influence, Matthew decided to use his wealth to help others. He began supporting charities, especially those focused on healthcare, and even created a scholarship fund for students who were struggling to pay for their education. One day, he asked Lily to help manage the foundation he had started, making her the director. Through her role, she was able to make a difference for countless others facing challenges similar to her own. With her mother's health improving due to the resources now at her disposal, Lily found herself at peace. She continued working alongside Matthew, not as an employee, but as a trusted partner. Together, they made a formidable team, using Matthew's wealth and Lily's values to create a legacy that went beyond money. A legacy of compassion, integrity, and mutual respect. And though they never spoke of the tests again, both knew that those early days had been a turning point, not only for Lily, but also for Matthew. His experiment to uncover honesty had ultimately revealed the truth about himself, that he too could be a person of integrity, capable of empathy and change. Years later, Lily looked back on her journey with gratitude. She had started as a waitress uncertain of her future and ended up as a guiding force behind a foundation that helped thousands. The tests had been difficult, but they had shaped her into the woman she was proud to be. As for Matthew, he finally felt a sense of fulfillment that no amount of money had ever brought him. He'd found honesty, not just in Lily, but in himself, proving that true wealth wasn't in his bank account, but in the lives he could touch. Sometimes the walls we build to protect ourselves are the very things that keep us from finding what we need most. Tyler was known for his charismatic personality and charming demeanor. At 32 years old, with tousled hair and piercing eyes, he attracted attention wherever he went. His laid-back appearance and easy smile hid a complicated family history that made him avoid serious commitments and festive dates. From a young age, Tyler distanced himself from family celebrations. The memories of the tumultuous Christmases of his childhood still haunted him. He preferred to spend the holidays in bars or at parties with friends, seeking superficial fun to fill the emptiness he felt. William had been his best friend and co-worker for years. The two would always go out together on every festive occasion, enjoying the single life without getting attached to anything or anyone. But things were changing. That week, the office was buzzing with the anticipation of Christmas. People were talking about trips, dinners, and family reunions. Tyler, on the other hand, already had something in mind. Another night out with William. 2 days before Christmas Eve, he approached his friend with enthusiasm at the end of another workday. "Hey, Will, you won't believe it. I found a new bar that's going to be the hit of Christmas night. Amazing place, live music, and of course, lots of beautiful women." "We have to go, buddy," Tyler said excitedly, patting his friend on the shoulder. William smiled, but his smile was different this time. There was a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. "Man, it sounds awesome, but remember that girl I told you about, Rachel? Things have gotten serious between us." Tyler frowned, still not fully processing. "Serious like, how serious?" "Like I'm going to spend Christmas with her family this year. She invited me and I thought it was the right time, you know? You can't say no." Tyler's shock was evident. Will, his loyal partner for so many parties and escapades, was trading all of them for a family Christmas. He tried to hide his disappointment with a nervous laugh. "Oh, I see. So you're going to tie the knot, is that it?" he teased, half joking, half resentful. William laughed, trying to ease the situation. "It's not like that, man. But life changes, you know. Maybe one day you'll understand." Still incredulous, Tyler shrugged and pretended not to care. After saying goodbye, he tried to repeat the invitation to other friends, sending messages and even stopping by some desks at the office. However, the response was always the same. Everyone already had commitments, dinners with family, romantic dates, or planned trips. For the first time, Tyler realized that while he remained stagnant in his lifestyle, the people around him were moving on. What once seemed like a fun and free choice was now beginning to weigh as inevitable loneliness. On the last workday before the holiday, the office was filled with a festive atmosphere. Twinkling lights shone around the windows, and a subtle aroma of gingerbread cookies brought in by a colleague mingled with the usual smell of coffee. Laughter echoed down the hallways, accompanied by the muffled sound of Christmas songs someone insisted on playing on the break room radio. Tyler's colleagues were excited, exchanging cards and warm hugs as they gathered their things to start their celebrations. Some carried packages wrapped in vibrant paper, gifts for secret friends or family. In contrast, Tyler remained at his desk, his gaze lost on the computer screen, absent-mindedly fiddling with a pen. He pretended to be busy, even though there were no more pending tasks to resolve. The truth was, he was in no hurry to leave. He had no parties to attend, nor anyone waiting for him. His phone rang, interrupting the hum of his thoughts. Seeing his mother's name on the screen, he sighed. It wasn't the first time that week she had called. He knew what was coming. "Hello, Mom," he answered, trying to sound more cheerful than he felt. "Tyler, dear, I know you're busy. but I hope you're still considering my offer. The dinner will be wonderful, and everyone would love to see you. It's been so long, she insisted, her voice laden with expectation. Tyler squeezed his eyes shut, a pang of guilt mixing with discomfort. He didn't want to disappoint her, but the idea of facing painful memories and the complicated family dynamics held him back. Thanks for the invitation, Mom, but I already have plans. It's going to be exciting, he lied, trying to sound convincing. On the other end of the line, there was a brief but significant pause. All right, dear. I just want you to know there's always a place for you at the table, she replied with a tenderness that intensified the emptiness inside him. When he hung up the phone, Tyler looked up and noticed that the office was almost empty, except for him and Alice, who was still silently working at her desk in the finance department. Alice was a discreet figure, almost invisible in the hectic day-to-day of the office. Her long brown hair was, as usual, pulled back in a simple bun with a few strands gently escaping to frame her face. The thin-framed glasses rested on her delicate nose, and her sober clothing, usually in neutral shades and classic cuts, reinforced the impression of a practical and reserved person. Among the more irreverent colleagues, Alice was nicknamed Cat Lady. The nickname, though laden with cruel stereotypes, reflected the superficial perception they had of her, a solitary, eccentric woman who probably lived surrounded by cats in an apartment full of books and silence. Tyler, like many there, had never bothered to find out if it was true. Alice always seemed to be immersed in numbers and reports, oblivious to the whispers. She was rarely invited to happy hours or group lunches, an exclusion she seemed to accept without any display of discomfort. Her introspective nature was often interpreted as coldness or antisocial behavior. As she passed by Tyler's desk, Alice paused for a moment, holding some papers in one hand. Her smile was shy but genuine, and her calm tone of voice broke the silence of the empty office. I didn't even realize anyone was still around. You're really dedicated. Just don't work too hard or you might end up being late for Christmas dinner. Tyler looked up from his screen, a bit surprised by her approach. He let out an awkward laugh and shook his head. Well, actually, I don't have any plans for the holiday. Alice slightly arched her eyebrows in surprise. She hesitated for a moment before responding, as if she was considering whether she should continue. Well, I don't have anyone to spend Christmas with either. I'm going to prepare dinner at home, just something simple. If you want, you're invited, at least to have something to eat. Tyler was speechless for a moment. The idea of spending Christmas with the office cat lady wasn't exactly what he imagined as a lively evening. He opened his mouth to politely decline, but something in Alice's gaze disarmed him. There was no pity or neediness in that invitation, just genuine kindness, an attempt to offer companionship to someone as lonely as she was. Well, why not? It might be nice to eat something other than frozen food. Tyler smiled, still unsure. As Alice nodded, visibly pleased with the response, a few hours later Tyler arrived at Alice's apartment. To his surprise, he was greeted by an excited Labrador dog and not by dozens of cats as everyone imagined. This is Max, Alice introduced the dog affectionately. He loves visitors. Tyler couldn't help but laugh at the irony that she actually had a dog instead of cats. The apartment was cozy and well decorated, with a pleasant aroma of cinnamon and pine in the air. Tyler noticed a beautiful painting on the living room wall, a serene landscape of mountains and a lake. I painted it a few years ago, Alice said, noticing his interest. It's really beautiful, praised Tyler, admiring the details. Alice invited him to help himself at the small bar in the room while she finished dinner. Tyler chose a red wine and settled on the soft sofa, feeling strangely at ease. I don't know what the tradition is in your family. Do you wait until midnight to eat? Asked Alice from the kitchen. My family didn't have any specific tradition. We can eat right now if that's okay with you, replied Tyler. They sat at the table which Alice had meticulously set. There was roasted turkey, potatoes, vegetables, and a pie that exuded a delicious aroma. Tyler was surprised by the care she took in preparing everything. During dinner, as the scent of roasted turkey and spices wafted through the air, Alice looked at Tyler with curiosity and kindness. Her voice was calm. "Tyler, may I ask you something? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but why are you alone on Christmas?" He hesitated, his eyes fixed on the wine glass in front of him, swirling it between his fingers. The atmosphere was cozy, almost magical, and there was something about Alice's welcoming gaze that disarmed his usual defenses. "My family is complicated," he began, his voice low and measured, as if he were unearthing memories he preferred to forget. "When I was a child, my parents lived on a roller coaster of fights and reconciliations. Every holiday, especially Christmas, ended up being a battlefield. The smallest detail, like the turkey being dry or someone forgetting to buy a gift, turned into a major argument. For me, Christmas was never that harmonious time people talk about." He paused, his expression distant, and Alice remained silent, encouraging him to continue. "But there was one Christmas," he resumed, now with a slightly choked voice, "when everything seemed different. My parents were calm, almost kind to each other. I remember my older sister even joked that it was a Christmas miracle. They laughed, talked without arguing, and for the first time in years, it seemed like we were a normal family." Tyler lowered his gaze, gripping the glass tighter. "At the end of that night, when we were all gathered in the living room, they called us for a conversation. I thought it was to announce some special plan, something that would justify that unexpected truce. But what they said was that they were going to separate." He let out a short, bitter laugh, almost as an attempt to relieve the weight of the memory. "It was a shock. I spent the night staring at the twinkling lights of the Christmas tree, trying to understand how something that seemed so peaceful and happy had been just a farewell in disguise. After years apart, my parents ended up getting back together. It seemed like they had found a balance, but the feeling of instability never went away. Since then, they always invite me to spend the holidays with them. But deep down, I think I have fear. What if, in the middle of an apparently calm dinner, they start arguing again? Or worse, what if at the end of the night they announce once again that they are going to separate? It's as if a part of me is always waiting for the worst to happen. That's why I prefer to keep my distance, you know? It's easier to deal with the loneliness I already know than to open up to something that might end up hurting me again." He took a deep breath. "Maybe it's cowardice, but that's how I've been dealing with it. I avoid getting close so as not to risk losing everything again." Alice listened attentively, her gaze filled with sympathy as Tyler shared his story. When he finished, a brief silence settled in. Tyler felt the weight of the honesty he had just shared, but in a mix of curiosity and vulnerability, he asked hesitantly, "And you, Alice? Why didn't you have any plans for Christmas?" Alice gently set down her fork, as if the gesture helped her gather the words she needed to say. Her brown eyes softened, but there was a shadow there, the mark of an old and deep pain. "Well, my parents have already passed away. They were both wonderful people, but they left too soon. And to be honest, my marriage, it didn't survive the death of our 3-year-old son." The impact of her words was immediate. Tyler, completely caught off guard, almost choked on his food. He dropped his fork onto the plate, the sound echoing in the silent room. His eyes widened as he looked at Alice, trying to reconcile her discreet and tranquil image with the immense suffering she carried. I'm sorry, Alice. I had no idea." His voice faltered, laden with a mix of regret and embarrassment for never having truly noticed her. Alice, however, smiled gently, a smile that spoke of acceptance and strength. "It's okay, Tyler, thank you. It's been a few years. I still miss him every day, of course. The longing never completely disappears, but the most intense pain has passed." She took a deep breath, her eyes briefly wandering to the painting on the wall. Unfortunately, grief was something my ex-husband and I couldn't face together. We lost our son, and over time, we lost each other too. Tyler shifted uncomfortably in the chair, feeling as if his own fears and traumas, which he always considered so big, diminished in the face of Alice's deep pain. "You are very strong, Alice," murmured Tyler, feeling disarmed by her calmness and honesty. Alice looked up and shrugged slightly, the smile on her lips now softer. "Strength isn't always a choice. Sometimes it's just the only option we have. Can I give you some advice, Tyler?" Alice asked gently. "Don't let the fear of the future steal the moments you can enjoy in the present with your family. Living stuck in the past robs us of precious time." Alice's words touched Tyler deeply. The rest of the dinner proceeded in a light and fun manner. They discovered they had a lot in common, from musical taste to favorite movies. Tyler was surprised to realize how time flew by in her company. Around midnight, Tyler remarked, "Alice, I had a great time tonight. I never imagined you had so many funny stories." Alice laughed. "Who would have thought that the cat lady was a lead singer in a rock band in college, right?" Tyler blushed, embarrassed that she knew about the nickname, but Alice didn't seem offended, just amused by the situation. Suddenly, Tyler had an idea. "Alice, you were right about not wasting time on past fears. Would you accompany me to my parents' house? They don't live far from here. Maybe we can still catch dessert." Alice agreed, happy to help Tyler reconnect with his family. Arriving at Tyler's parents' house, they were greeted with surprise and joy. Tyler's mother, a gray-haired lady with a warm smile, couldn't hide her emotion at seeing her son. "Tyler, what a wonderful surprise!" she exclaimed, hugging him tightly. Tyler's father, a man with a serious appearance but a kind gaze, smiled upon seeing his son. "I'm glad you came, son." Tyler introduced Alice as a friend, and she was warmly welcomed by the family. The room was decorated with Christmas lights, and the aroma of cinnamon and hot chocolate filled the air. Tyler's family was visibly happy with his unexpected presence. His siblings, already married and with children, played with the kids around the Christmas tree. Tyler felt a pang of regret for having missed so many moments like this in recent years. As they savored the dessert, a delicious pecan pie, Tyler observed the scene around him. His mother laughed at a joke from his father. His nephews and nieces ran joyfully through the room, and Alice chatted animatedly with his sister-in-law. He realized that the fear that had kept him away for so long was unfounded. Here was the family he had avoided so much, united and happy. In the months that followed, Tyler and Alice grew closer and closer. He discovered in her an understanding friend and a fun companion. Alice, in turn, found in Tyler someone who made her laugh and encouraged her to come out of her shell. Gradually, the feelings between them began to change. Tyler, who had always avoided serious relationships, found himself completely in love with the woman who was once labeled as the weird one in the office. At Christmas the following year, Tyler and Alice were celebrating together at his family's house. The atmosphere was festive, filled with laughter and lively conversations. Tyler watched Alice interacting with his family, feeling a happiness he hadn't experienced in a long time. In a moment of calm, Tyler asked for everyone's attention. With his heart racing, he knelt before Alice, taking a small box out of his pocket. "Alice, you taught me that the past does not need to define our future. With you, I learned to value each moment and to open my heart again. You make me want to be a better person every day. Will you marry me?" With tears in her eyes, Alice gave an emotional yes. Tyler's family applauded and celebrated, moved by the moment. As he embraced Alice, Tyler whispered, "Christmas is now not a date to remember with fear of the past, but with hope for the future." They kissed, sealing not only their love, but also the promise of a future full of joy. Tyler finally understood that the true Christmas spirit was not in the decorations or presents, but in the ability to forgive, start anew, and love. That night, while everyone celebrated the engagement and the union of the family, Tyler looked at Alice with gratitude. She was not only the woman he loved, but also the person who helped him rediscover the value of family and the magic of Christmas. And so, what began as an unexpected meeting between two lonely hearts turned into a beautiful story of love, healing, and rebirth. Tyler and Alice proved that sometimes the best Christmas gifts don't come wrapped, but in the form of second chances and new beginnings. But sometimes, the people who are supposed to be our shelter are the ones who cast us out. "Your card got declined again, honey." Mom whispered it loud enough for everyone at the restaurant to hear, right after announcing she wasn't paying for my wedding. "I'm Emma. I'm 26, and I work as a junior graphic designer at a small marketing firm." I'd been saving every penny for 3 years to plan my dream wedding. Nothing crazy expensive, just something beautiful and meaningful. My parents had promised to help with the venue costs, and I'd been counting on that promise. I wasn't asking for a mansion wedding or a designer dress, but I thought family meant something. They didn't. See, I've always been the responsible one in my family. While my younger sister, Chloe, gets everything handed to her on a silver platter, I'm expected to figure things out myself. Good grades? Emma's just naturally smart. Got a job right after college? Emma's so independent. Meanwhile, Chloe failed 3 classes and still got a new car for her birthday. I thought my wedding would be different. I thought this was my moment to be celebrated, to have my family actually show up for me. But sitting in that fancy restaurant surrounded by aunts and uncles who were supposed to be helping us finalize wedding details, I realized how wrong I was. It started when Mom cleared her throat and tapped her wine glass. "Everyone, I have an announcement about Emma's wedding." My heart jumped. Finally, I thought, finally she's going to tell everyone how proud she is. "We've decided the money we set aside is going to Chloe's graduation trip to Europe instead." The table went silent. I stared at her, waiting for the punchline. "It's an emergency," Mom continued, not even looking at me. "She needs this experience before she starts her career." "Mom," I said quietly, "what about the venue deposit? The caterer?" "Emma's always been so independent," she said to the table like I wasn't sitting right there. "She doesn't really need our help like Chloe does." My Aunt Susan nodded sagely. "You're so practical, Emma. You'll figure it out." I tried to stay calm. "But I've already put down deposits. The vendors are booked. The invitations went out." "Oh, about that," Mom said, cutting into her steak. "I already called the venue and canceled. Got most of the deposit back." The fork slipped from my hand and clattered onto my plate. "You what?" "It's a lesson in financial responsibility," she said. "You can't just expect people to fund your circus." That's when Uncle Mike laughed. Actually laughed. Kids these days think weddings have to cost a fortune. I felt my face burning as everyone around the table nodded in agreement. Some relatives started checking their phones, suddenly very interested in anything but looking at me. Within 10 minutes, half the table had made excuses to leave early. I sat there in silence as my family finished their expensive dinner, talking about Chloe's trip like my shattered wedding plans were just an appetizer they'd already forgotten. The humiliation was just beginning. 2 weeks later, I found out through Instagram that my parents were throwing Chloe an engagement party. She wasn't even engaged. It was for her pre-engagement glow because she'd been dating some guy for 4 months. I wasn't invited to help plan it. I wasn't even invited, period. Then came the grocery store incident. I was buying ramen and discount bread, my new wedding budget diet, when I heard Mom's voice behind me. Oh, Emma's wedding was getting too extravagant anyway, she was telling Mrs. Rodriguez from our old neighborhood. We had to step in and be the adults. Mrs. Rodriguez glanced at me with pity. Such a shame when young people don't live within their means. I wanted to disappear into the frozen food aisle, but the final straw came when Dad called me that Sunday. "Emma, honey, we need a favor. Can you design Chloe's graduation party invitations? You know, since you're so good at that stuff." "You want me to work for free?" "It's family," he said. "Besides, Consider it practice for when you start your own little business. My own little business. Like my job wasn't real. Like my skills didn't matter unless they were serving Chloe. That night, I sat at my kitchen table with my fiancé, Jake, surrounded by vendor contracts and payment plans. My laptop screen showed our shrinking savings account. "Maybe we should just elope," Jake said softly. "No." The word came out harder than I meant it. "I'm not running away. Not anymore." "What are you thinking?" I looked at him, and for the first time in weeks, I smiled. "I'm thinking they don't know me as well as they think they do." What they didn't know was that I'd been freelancing design work on weekends for the past 2 years. Logo designs, wedding invitations, business cards, all the little projects that added up. While they saw me as the struggling junior designer who needed their help, I'd been quietly building an emergency fund. What they also didn't know was that I'd been screenshotting every conversation, saving every broken promise, documenting every time they chose Chloe over me. But the thing they really didn't know about was the phone calls I'd been making. While they thought I was crying into my pillow, I was actually planning something they never saw coming. Jake's Aunt Patricia had been quietly watching our family drama unfold. She'd built her own event planning business from nothing after her own family betrayed her 20 years ago. When she heard what happened, she made me an offer I couldn't refuse. "Let me help you throw a wedding that'll make them eat their words," she said over coffee. "But here's the catch. We do this completely without them. No invitations, no updates, nothing." While my parents posted photos of Chloe's shopping spree for Europe with proud parents hashtags, Patricia and I were having secret meetings with vendors. We toured alternative venues, recalculated budgets, and slowly put together something beautiful. I overheard Mom on the phone with Dad one evening when I stopped by to pick up some old photo albums. "Emma will just have to learn," she was saying. "Maybe this will teach her not to dream so big." "Should we get Chloe something for her pre-trip celebration?" Dad asked. I was thinking those diamond earrings she liked. They were planning another party for another celebration where I'd be invisible. The invitation arrived 3 days later. Heavy cardstock, elegant font, the kind of invitation I would have designed for my own wedding if they hadn't destroyed those plans. "You're invited to celebrate Chloe's European adventure. Please bring a homemade dessert to share." Of course. Even at Chloe's party, I was supposed to work. But this time, I had a different plan. I showed up to Chloe's pre-trip celebration with a beautiful cake and an even more beautiful announcement. The family was all there, gathered in my parents' dining room, gushing over Chloe's travel itinerary and her new Louis Vuitton luggage paid for with my wedding money. "Emma made the most amazing cake," Mom announced, like she was doing me a favor by acknowledging my existence. "Thanks," I said, setting it down on the table. "I have some news to share, too." "Oh, did you finally set a new date?" Aunt Susan asked. "Something more realistic this time?" "Actually," I said, pulling out my phone, "Jake and I got married last weekend." The room went dead silent. "What?" Mom's voice cracked. "Beautiful ceremony at the Botanical Gardens. Small, intimate, perfect." I scrolled through the photos Patricia had taken. Here's us cutting the cake. Here's the first dance. Oh, and here's the venue you said I couldn't afford. Dad grabbed my phone, staring at the pictures. "How did you... with what money?" "You taught me to be independent," I said, taking my phone back. "So I learned to depend on myself instead of promises." "But we're your family," Mom whispered. "We should have been there." "Family shows up," I said. "You chose not to." Chloe finally spoke up. "Emma, I didn't know." "Of course you didn't know. You never ask about anything that isn't about you." I looked around the room at their shocked faces. For years I dreamed of this moment. Not the cruelty, but the clarity. The moment when they realized they'd pushed me too far. "The wedding was beautiful," I continued. "Patricia helped plan it. Jake's family was there. Our real friends were there. People who actually love us." "Patricia?" Dad asked. "Jake's aunt." The one who owns the event planning company you said was too fancy for people like us. I smiled. Turns out she specializes in helping people plan weddings when their families let them down. Mom started crying, not the pretty tears she cried at Chloe's graduations, but the ugly, desperate kind. We can fix this. We can have another ceremony. No. The word felt powerful in my mouth. You can't fix years of choosing her over me. You can't fix making me feel like I had to earn love while handing it to her for free. I picked up my purse and headed for the door. "Emma, please," Dad called after me. I turned back one last time. "Enjoy the cake. I made it myself, just like everything else in my life." That was 8 months ago. Jake and I just celebrated our first Thanksgiving without family drama. Just the two of us and Patricia and some friends who became our chosen family. My parents call sometimes, but I don't answer. They sent a Christmas card to our new address. I don't know how they got it, but I threw it away unopened. Chloe got back from Europe and moved back in with them. Turns out traveling the world doesn't magically create a personality or work ethic. She's still unemployed, still expecting them to solve her problems. My design business is growing. Turns out when you're not constantly doubting yourself because your family treats you like you're not good enough, you can actually accomplish amazing things. I finally learned that family isn't about blood. It's about who shows up when it matters. Their silence didn't hurt me anymore. It freed me to build the life I actually wanted. Sometimes the betrayal comes not from parents, but from the person you promised your life to. My name is Clara Jensen. I'm 34 years old, and if you'd told me a year ago that I would be divorced before I even had time to realize my marriage was broken, I would have laughed at you. But that night, or rather, that early morning at 2:47 a.m. on a Tuesday, I stopped laughing. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet that presses on your ears. I had fallen asleep on the couch with the TV on mute, the soft glow still spilling across the living room. My phone buzzed against the coffee table. One message from my husband. I remember reaching for it lazily, expecting something mundane. Maybe Ethan had landed safely in Vegas for his conference. Maybe he was drunk texting me some half-hearted, "miss you." But what I saw snapped the air out of my lungs. A photo loaded first. Ethan, my husband of 6 years, standing in front of a tacky neon-lit wedding chapel with Rebecca, his co-worker. They were holding up papers, marriage certificates. Her bouquet was fake roses. His grin was crooked like a teenager showing off stolen beer. Then the text appeared, written in the tone of a teenager's cruel dare. "Just married Rebecca. Been sleeping with her for 8 months. You're pathetic, BTW. Your boring energy made this so easy. Enjoy your sad little life." The words blurred. My hand trembled, but only for a moment. And then strangely, I felt nothing. No sobs, no rage, just this hollow numbness, like standing outside my own body. I stared at the message for maybe 30 seconds. The house creaked in the silence. My chest rose and fell too calmly, and then I typed back a single word. "Cool." I set the phone down. It buzzed again almost instantly, but I didn't look. Something inside me, something sharp and steady, snapped into place. Because while Ethan thought he'd just destroyed me, he forgot who actually ran the life he was walking away from. The next hour was a blur of ruthless efficiency. By 3:15 a.m., every card in his wallet was canceled. He had always been sloppy with money. I was the one who kept everything afloat. The house deed was in my name, the accounts in my name, his credit cards. He was only an authorized user on mine. Click, remove, delete, block. At 3:30, I called a 24-hour locksmith. The man on the line sounded groggy. "Emergency lock change at this hour?" "Yes," I said. My voice was flat and foreign, even to me. "I'll pay extra if you come right now." By 4 o'clock, headlights cut across my driveway. The locksmith was a stocky guy with sleepy eyes, but his hands moved quick. He didn't ask questions after I showed him the text. his lips pressed into a thin line like he'd seen this before. By 5 o'clock, my house was sealed. New locks, new garage code, passwords updated. Ethan's keys, cards, and codes, all useless now. I stood at the window, watching the night soften into dawn. For the first time in years, I felt not safe. Not yet, but in control. I went upstairs, crawled into bed, and slept for 2 solid hours. The pounding woke me. 8 a.m., sharp. My door rattled under heavy fists. I jolted upright, heart racing, then forced myself calm. I walked downstairs, peeked through the peephole. 2 police officers stood on my porch, one older, with gray at his temples, the other younger, trying to look stern but already impatient. I opened the door a crack. "Ma'am," the older one said, "we received a call about a domestic dispute. Your husband claims you locked him out of his home." My husband. The word tasted bitter. I stepped back, pulled my phone from my pocket, and without a word, held up the screen. The infamous Vegas text glowed in the morning light. The older cop leaned in, squinting. His eyebrows shot up. "Is this real?" The younger one tried to stifle a laugh. His lips twitched. "He's not my husband anymore," I said evenly. "He married someone else 5 hours ago." They exchanged a glance. The radio crackled on the older officer's shoulder, and a woman's voice, Ethan's mother, I guessed, screeched unintelligibly in the background. "Ma'am," the officer sighed into the radio. "This isn't a police matter. You'll need to sort it out legally. We can't force her to let him back in if he's married someone else." The screeching grew louder. The older cop winced, turned down the volume. The younger officer shifted awkwardly. "She's saying you stole his belongings and money." I exhaled slowly. This house was purchased before marriage. Deeds in my name. The credit cards were mine. He was just an authorized user. I haven't touched his personal belongings. The officers looked at each other again. The older one finally nodded. "All right, just don't destroy anything. If he wants his stuff, make sure it's available." "Of course," I said. My voice was calm, but inside my heart was drumming like war. They left. I watched from the window as they walked down the driveway, shaking their heads. When the street was empty again, I closed the curtains and leaned against the wall. Ethan thought he could replace me in one night. He thought Vegas lights and cheap vows would erase everything we built. But the locks had already turned. The door was closed. And for the first time, I realized so was I. By the afternoon, the calm I had built around myself cracked. Not because I doubted my decision, but because I knew Ethan well enough to predict what was coming next. And right on cue, around 2 p.m., my doorbell rang. I glanced through the blinds and felt my stomach twist. Ethan stood in the driveway, not alone. Beside him was Rebecca, his new wife, in her cheap white sundress that still had creases from a clearance rack. Flanking them were 2 familiar figures, Margaret, Ethan's mother, with her perpetual scowl, and Lily, his younger sister, whose smirk always hovered between mean girl and predator. I opened the garage door before they could pound again. I'd been expecting them. Ethan's boxes were stacked neatly by the wall, taped shut, labeled in thick black marker. Clothes, books, electronics. Ethan's swagger faltered when he saw the neat rows. He tried to cover it with a smirk. "Wow, efficient. Didn't even wait for me to get back, huh?" "You didn't come back," I said, my voice steady. "You got married." Rebecca shifted awkwardly, tucking her hair behind her ear. For the first time, I noticed the tan line where her engagement ring must have been. It was already gone. Margaret wasted no time. "This is outrageous, Clara. A wife doesn't just throw her husband's things into the garage like garbage. I'm not his wife anymore." My words were sharp, cutting, and nothing in there is garbage. It's everything he owns, packed carefully. "You should thank me." Lily snorted. "Careful. You're a control freak, Clara. Always have been. You're just mad Ethan finally found someone who makes him happy. Rebecca's face tightened at the word happy. Even she didn't look convinced. Ethan stepped forward, puffing out his chest like he thought posturing could erase humiliation. Look, Clara, I get that you're hurt, but you can't just shut me out. This house, I cut him off, was purchased 3 years before I even met you. Your name isn't on the deed. Never was. I watched the color drain from his face, replaced by a splotchy red of anger. Margaret snapped. We'll call the police again. You can't just erase a marriage in one night. I let a thin smile curl. Funny, that's exactly what Ethan did, and the police already told you. This isn't your fight anymore. Rebecca shifted, whispering something to Ethan. Her hand brushed his, but he pulled away, jaw tight. You're vindictive, Margaret hissed. You've always tried to control him. That's why he left you. I laughed. I couldn't help it. The sound startled even me. He didn't leave me, Margaret. He ran from responsibility and straight into Rebecca's arms, which, judging by that U-Haul receipt in your hand, are already empty. Rebecca's face turned pink. She opened her purse, pulled out a card, and swiped it through the U-Haul scanner the driver had brought. Declined. She tried another. Declined again. The silence was thick. Ethan's jaw clenched. He dug into his pocket, pulled out his wallet, and threw a credit card at the driver. Fine, use mine. Rebecca's eyes widened. I thought... She started, but Ethan cut her off with a sharp glare. I crossed my arms, leaning against the doorframe. Looks like the Vegas glow wore off faster than you thought. The confrontation stretched on, words cutting sharper than knives. Lily stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with cruelty. You think you're so smart, Clara, but you're bitter, alone, and 34. What do you even have left? The words landed like stones, but instead of breaking me, they lit something inside. I took a step forward, close enough to see the twitch at the corner of her mouth. What do I have left? I said softly. I have my house, my career, my freedom, and I don't have Ethan anymore, which honestly feels like a blessing. Ethan flinched. Margaret muttered something under her breath. Rebecca's voice broke the silence. It was quieter, shakier than I expected. Ethan, did you know she canceled all your cards? His face darkened, and for a split second, I saw it. The flicker of panic. I let the moment hang in the air. Then, slowly, deliberately, I pulled out my phone. Rebecca, you might want to know. Your new husband's company has a strict no fraternization policy. I wonder what HR would think of this little Vegas adventure. Rebecca's head snapped toward Ethan. You said it wouldn't matter, he barked. Shut up! The garage felt charged, the air thick with everyone's breathing. Finally, I stepped back. You have 1 hour to load up and leave. After that, the locks change again, and the rest of his junk goes on the curb. Margaret opened her mouth to protest, but Ethan grabbed a box, his movements jerky. Rebecca stood frozen, her eyes darting between us. I turned and walked back into the house, shutting the door firmly behind me. My hands were trembling, but not from fear. From adrenaline, from the dawning realization that I wasn't powerless anymore. Through the window, I watched them struggle with the boxes, their voices raised in sharp bursts. Rebecca arguing, Margaret snapping, Lily sneering, Ethan sweating under the weight of his own belongings. And I thought, let them carry it. Every box, every lie, every consequence. Let them carry it, because I don't have to anymore. When the last box was gone, I sat at my kitchen table, staring at the quiet driveway. The house felt different now, still wounded, but lighter somehow, like it was shedding his presence piece by piece. I knew Ethan wouldn't give up easily. He never did. But for the first time in years, I felt ready. Whatever storm he brought next, I would meet it head on because the locks had turned, and so had I. We move now from the battles of the heart to a darkness that is all too real. In our final story for this session, we leave behind the suburbs and enter the quiet, rolling fields of a farming community where secrets can be buried deep but rarely stay hidden forever. At exactly 10:52 p.m. on April the 24th, 2021, Dee Warner's phone sent its final message, a single letter that would haunt investigators for years. Dee Warner woke up Saturday morning, April 24th, 2021, with a secret burning in her chest. At 52 years old, this mother of 5 and successful businesswoman had finally made a decision that would change everything. Today was the day she would tell her husband of 15 years that their marriage was over. For 5 generations, Dee's family had lived in the farming community of Lenawee County, Michigan. She had grown up surrounded by the rolling fields and close-knit relationships that defined rural life. But now, those same fields felt more like a prison than a sanctuary. Born in 1963, Dee had always displayed an entrepreneurial spirit that set her apart. She had built DDW Investments from the ground up, creating a thriving trucking company that operated from the barns in her backyard. Her success had earned her respect throughout the community, where she was known for her infectious smile and generous heart. On that fateful Saturday, Dee had an appointment to get her eyelashes done. When she arrived at the salon, her esthetician, Kelly Jo Stace, immediately noticed something deeply troubling. Dee was crying, her eyes puffy and swollen from what appeared to be hours of tears. Stace later recalled that when Dee Warner arrived, she was crying and upset about a disagreement she was having with her husband, Dale Warner. Despite her emotional state, Dee scheduled a future appointment for the following week, the actions of a woman planning for tomorrow, not someone preparing to disappear forever. The appointment served as more than just beauty maintenance for Dee. It was a small act of defiance, a way of reclaiming control over her own life. She was getting ready to face the most difficult conversation of her marriage, and she wanted to feel strong doing it. Throughout that day, Dee made her rounds to her older children's homes. She visited with her daughter, Amber, and spent time with her son, Zach, at Amber's house in the late morning. When Zach saw his mother, he could tell immediately that something was wrong. Dee was visibly upset and had clearly been crying for hours. Dee then took her youngest daughter to a soccer game, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy even as her world was falling apart. To anyone watching, she looked like any other soccer mom cheering from the sidelines, but inside she was preparing for war. The fear in Dee's voice was unmistakable when she confided to her daughter Rickle earlier that day. Rickle would later testify that her mother had said, "I watch Dateline like every night, and Dale could do something like that to me." The words were chilling in their prescience. Dee told multiple people that Saturday, including her adult children, that she was done with her marriage and planned to initiate a divorce. She texted her son Zach that afternoon, declaring she was done with this and would sign all her portions of the Warner businesses over to him. But Dee's day was about to get infinitely worse. That evening, she found herself in the middle of a heated 3-way argument with her husband, Dale, and an employee named Todd Nepper about the trucking business. The dispute centered around business operations and money, with Dee feeling that Nepper was actively betraying her while Dale consistently sided against her. Nepper had been working for the Warner businesses since the mid-2000s and had eventually taken over running the trucking operations. But Dee suspected something was wrong. She felt he was backstabbing her, making decisions behind her back, and undermining her authority in her own company. At 8:34 p.m., knowing the confrontation about divorce was imminent, Dee made a crucial decision that may have saved her daughter's life. She sent their 9-year-old daughter, Angelina, to stay with a friend for the weekend, ensuring the child wouldn't witness whatever was about to unfold between her parents. What Dee didn't know was that she had just signed her death warrant. As evening fell over the Warner property, tension filled the air like an approaching storm. Dee had spent the day preparing mentally for this moment, but nothing could have prepared her for what was actually coming. Dale Warner, at 56, was a man who had grown accustomed to control. Over their 15 years of marriage, he had systematically isolated Dee from her support systems and monitored her every move. He had installed tracking devices on her car, demanded access to her phone, and used both physical and psychological intimidation to keep her in line. The argument that night was unlike any they had ever had before. Dale would later admit to investigators that they fought about money and infidelity, describing it as the worst argument of his life. But this wasn't just another marital spat. This was Dee finally standing up to her abuser and demanding her freedom. Earlier that day, Dee had been in contact with her business manager, Stephanie Volker, via text messages about the ongoing issues with Todd Nepper. In their text conversation, Volker later testified that Dee told her she was hyperventilating and throwing up, and that she had told Dale she wanted to sell everything. The conversation revealed just how desperate Dee had become. She wasn't just talking about leaving Dale, she was talking about liquidating everything they had built together and starting over completely. For a man like Dale, who viewed his wife as property rather than a partner, this represented the ultimate betrayal. At 10:24 p.m., Dee's friend sent her a text message asking how things were going. For someone who was known to be very talkative, very expressive, and who texted a lot, what happened next was completely out of character. For 29 agonizing minutes, there was silence. Then, at 10:53 p.m., Dee's phone responded with a single cold letter. K. Private investigator Billy Little, who would later work with Dee's family, explained the significance of this response. She was very talkative. Never once, not one single time, was her response the letter K. So after the friend says, "How are you doing?" No response. Half an hour later, the letter K, and the phone gets turned off. That single letter would haunt investigators for years. It was so out of character for Dee that her family immediately knew something was terribly wrong, but by then, it was already too late. According to Dale's version of events, a story that would change multiple times over the coming months, the couple somehow reconciled by the end of the night. He claimed that Dee fell asleep on the living room floor while he was giving her a massage for her chronically sore neck, and that he then carried her to the couch before going to bed himself. But investigators would later discover that this story was just the first of many lies Dale would tell about that night. Looking back, the warning signs had been there all along. Dawn broke over the Warner farm on Sunday, April the 25th, 2021. But Dee would never see another sunrise. According to Dale's account, Dee was still asleep on the couch when he left for work at 6:30 a.m., snoring peacefully as if nothing had happened. He claimed he texted her later and got no answer, assuming she was still sleeping. But investigators would discover that this seemingly innocent detail was actually one of several inconsistencies in Dale's story. Around 9:00 a.m., Dee's adult daughter, Raquel, arrived at the family farm with her boyfriend and young daughter for their traditional weekly Sunday breakfast. This was a routine they had maintained for years, a time for 3 generations of the family to come together. But when they knocked on the door, no one answered. They called out for Dee, but the house remained eerily silent. This was unprecedented. Dee never missed their Sunday breakfasts. When Raquel finally tracked down Dale on the property, what happened next would chill her to the bone. Dale approached her holding something that shouldn't have been in his possession. Dee's $50,000 wedding ring, a symbol of their marriage that Dee wore every single day. Dale claimed he had found the ring on his desk in the office, explaining that Dee had left it there before she disappeared. But Raquel knew her mother would never remove that ring, especially not if she was simply going away for a few days, as Dale was suggesting. The ring was just the beginning of Dale's elaborate story. When questioned about Dee's whereabouts, he told people that his wife had taken a travel bag, her purse, her phone, her curling iron, and hairspray with her when she left. He suggested she might be staying with another man, perhaps even leaving the country. But there were immediate problems with this narrative. Both of Dee's vehicles remained parked on the property, one in the garage at home and another at her office about 100 feet away. How could she have left without transportation? More disturbing was what Dale told investigators about Dee's supposed escape plan. He claimed she had a secret phone that she used for clandestine activities. Deputy Hall captured Dale's exact words on body cam footage. "I told the other kids she's got a second phone. It's a secret phone that she doesn't know that I know she has." This was a classic tactic used by abusers, projecting their own secretive and controlling behavior onto their victims. Dale had been tracking Dee's movements and monitoring her communications for years, but now he was suggesting that she was the one with secrets. After that Sunday morning, every electronic trace of Dee Warner ceased to exist. Her phone records showed no activity. Her bank accounts remained untouched. Her social media profiles went silent. There was no evidence she had used her credit cards, called anyone, or accessed any of her online accounts. Dee's cell phone had switched from Wi-Fi to cellular service around 11 p.m. on the night of April the 24th, then went completely dead at 2:30 a.m. on April the 25th. Null. For a woman who was constantly connected to her business and her family, this sudden silence was deafening. That text message would be the last anyone heard from her. To understand what happened to Dee Warner, you need to understand the life she was desperately trying to escape. This wasn't just a marriage gone wrong. It was a carefully constructed prison that had taken years to build. Dee's daughter, Rickle, would later testify in court that her mother was trapped in an extremely toxic relationship with Dale Warner. She described a household filled with constant tension. The psychological manipulation was perhaps even more insidious than the physical control. Dale had convinced Dee that she couldn't survive without him, that her business success was somehow dependent on his involvement. In December 2020, just 4 months before her disappearance, Dee had tried to leave Dale. She confided in a friend about what happened when she attempted to escape. She told her friend that Dale turned into the devil and that he wouldn't allow her to take their daughter Angelina if she left. Her final words about that incident were prophetic. "I literally thought he could kill me." The physical violence was becoming more frequent and more severe. Sometime around November or December 2020, Dee had shown her business manager Stephanie Volker a disturbing injury, a large bump on her forehead that Volker described as a goose egg, roughly the size of a quarter. The control extended to every aspect of Dee's life. Dale monitored her movements, tracked her communications, and even attempted to isolate her from her adult children from her first marriage. The financial control was equally devastating. Despite Dee being the primary owner of DDW Investments, Dale had systematically gained access to their joint accounts and business operations. As months passed without any sign of Dee, investigators began uncovering a complex web of financial crimes and deception that painted Dale Warner in an increasingly sinister light. What they discovered was a systematic effort to steal Dee's life's work while eliminating the woman who had built it. According to family friend and spokesperson Catherine Adams, Dale had been embezzling equipment, money, and trucks from DDW Investments. He was transferring these assets to a new company he created called DDW Transport, leaving Dee's legitimate business with mounting debts. Private investigator Billy Little discovered the scope of Dale's financial manipulation was staggering. Using what appeared to be a forged power of attorney from 2014, Dale had transferred virtually all the assets of DDW Investments into a new entity. By August 2021, it was becoming clear that Dee was not coming back, and Dale needed to secure control of the business assets. Even more disturbing was Dale's decision to sell DDW Transportation to Laidlaw Carriers Bulk in 2022. This sale generated substantial revenue, but instead of that money going to Dee's estate or her children, it went directly to Dale. He had essentially stolen his missing wife's company and sold it for his own profit. The employee who had argued with Dee on her final day, Todd Knepper, also benefited significantly from these transactions. When Dale sold the trucking business, Knepper was immediately hired by the purchasing company as a finance employee. But Knepper's involvement went deeper. Little's investigation revealed that at exactly 3:30 a.m. on April the 25th, 2021, just hours after Dee disappeared, Knepper had logged into the company system under a false name and removed lime from the Warner farm. The timing was impossible to ignore. After 20 months of intensive investigation, authorities finally had enough evidence to act. On November 21, 2023, Michigan State Police announced the arrest of Dale John Warner, 53, charged with open murder and tampering with evidence. The arrest validated what Dee's family had believed from the beginning, but the most devastating discovery was yet to come. For more than 3 years, Dee Warner's body had been hiding in the most obvious place imaginable, right under the noses of investigators, family members, and the community that had been searching for her. On August 17, 2024, Michigan State Police executed a search warrant on Dale Warner's property. Hidden inside a barn on the property was an anhydrous ammonia tank, a large metal container typically used for storing fertilizer chemicals. But this tank contained no ammonia. Instead, investigators discovered that the tank had been resealed and repainted to conceal its contents. When they opened it, they found Dee Warner's remains welded inside what had become her tomb for over 3 years. The discovery of Dee's body in the anhydrous tank revealed the calculated nature of Dale's crime. This wasn't a crime of passion or a moment of lost control. It was a premeditated murder followed by an elaborate cover-up. The tank had been professionally welded shut and repainted to match the other equipment on the farm. To anyone passing by, it looked like any other piece of agricultural equipment. Dale had hidden Dee's body in plain sight, gambling that no one would think to look inside. For over 1,200 days, as search parties scoured the countryside, Dee had been less than 4 miles from where she was last seen alive. She had been there through every anniversary of her disappearance, through every birthday her family celebrated without her. The silence in that anhydrous tank was louder than any scream. But now, the silence is broken. The truth has been unearthed, and justice is finally in motion. We have reached the end of our journey. The voices are quiet now. It is time to let the mind rest. I will leave you here, in the safety of the silence. Now we'll put on some relaxing music so you can sleep.